Back inside Dodger Stadium on a cloudy Thursday evening. First of four between the Rockies and Dodgers. They've lost all 5 against LA this year. And as I said, trying to snap an 8-game losing streak against Los Angeles. 11 games overall. Charlie Blackmon ready to go, as is the former Rocky, Brett Anderson, who the Rockies just faced a few days ago. The first pitch at the top of the strike zone, and it's 0-1 on Blackmon.
And that was in that rain-shortened game on Friday night back at Coors Field.
He got credit for a complete game. He went 5 innings. The game was called after 5 1/3 with the Dodgers ahead 2-1. That's where the tying run. The Rockies thought they had tied it up. And
that was the Charlie slide at home.
That was Blackmon's slide at home. It's fouled off.
It's just so unusual to come to LA. I don't know how many years I've been coming out here. I've never seen it like this, with the overcast skies and threatening rain.
Well, you can see in the picture in the distance down the third base line, that's where they rolled up the tarp. That pitch misses, and that's not normally where it is. They've been keeping it in center field because they never use it. I was a kid, they had to have tarp practice today.
And then just today they stored over there.
This is down the third base line, and that's a fair ball. Charlie with a big turn, put on the brakes as Scott Van Slyke was quick to the baseball. So a leadoff knock for Charlie Blackmon. That's a nice change. The Rockies had 10 hits yesterday. 9 came with 2 outs. Tonight's starting lineup for the Rockies brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Book your low fare now at southwest.com. Cargo will bat second tonight. Then Tulowitzki, Arenado, Rosario. Corey Dickerson 6 for his last 11. And then Nick Hundley, who had his 13-game hitting streak snapped last night. DJ LeMahieu comes in at 327. And Chad Bettis will bat 9th. Cargo had a base hit late in the ball game, and he was cut down on a play that was overturned that would have tied up the game last night. Actually would have given the Rockies a lead.
Yeah, the bang play at the plate, where the tag came down by Perez onto the leg of Carlos, and from one angle it looked like he got his foot in. The other angle, not so sure, and obviously in New York they said no, he didn't, and it was overturned.
Rockies have scored the first run in each of their last 3 games, including having the 5. Actually, they didn't score the first run against the Dodgers, but they had a lead in each of the last 3 games. They had the 5-2 lead on Kershaw on Sunday, and unfortunately couldn't hold it. That's way inside. It's 2-0 on Cargo.
It's just good to see Cargo with the 2-0 count. There's been a lot of few and far between for him.
A lot of upside down counts. And he doesn't get a fastball, he gets a curveball, so it's 2-1.
Brett Anderson will pitch backwards, so if he's behind in the count, he'll throw some off-speed pitches, the curveball, the sliders, the changeups, and he's ahead. He's not afraid to use the fastball to trick you.
10 hits last night for the Rockies, 9 singles. The only extra base hit was a Nolan Arenado double with 2 outs in the first inning. Rockies fell 2-1 in 11 down the road in Anaheim against the Angels. Charlie takes off, and this is pulled to second, and Kendrick will get the out at first. So Blackmon in scoring position for Tulowitzki. Brett Anderson appeared in only 8 ball games last year for the Rockies. He had a couple of injuries, then had to have back surgery. And so far, so good for the Dodgers. He's made 6 starts, and he has a 3-1 record. He's been good at Dodger Stadium.
At home, he's 1-0 with the 2.87 ERA. Out on the road, 1-1 with the 4.20. Lefties are hitting at a pretty good clip at 375 against Brett Anderson. So it's not a case like a Kershaw where you're trying to stack the lineup with all right-handers. Brett doesn't have the fastball, obviously, that Clayton does, but doesn't have the same stuff.
Tulowitzki takes outside. Troy last night was 2 for 5 and very nearly 3 for 5, except Mike Trout went over the wall in the 10th inning to rob Troy of a home run. This kicks away, and Grandal couldn't find it initially. So now you have a runner at third and 1 out, and it's a must to get him home, especially the way things have gone.
You have to get that early lead. This is a wild pitch out in front of home plate. Grandal has it go off his wrist and kick to his right. Didn't know where it was, so he took off the mask and just track it down. But infield back, just get it in play. Anywhere but the pitcher.
And you have the perfect count to work with. 2-0 on Tulowitzki.
That was a good take. A changeup at 84 miles an hour. Again, behind in the count for Brett Anderson. Threw a curveball to Carlos, a changeup to Troy.
And now it's 3-1. You have Arenado on deck. One of the reasons for Brett Anderson's success this year, Huey, he's throwing his secondary pitches for strikes more frequently than at any time in his career.
And by a wide margin, by 10-12% higher on some of those than he was. The fastball is about the same. But with the changeups and the slider and the curveball, he'll throw it more frequently now and more often for strikes.
This is in the air to deep right field. If it's fair, it's got a chance to get out. It is a foul ball. If memory serves me correctly, Tulo hit that same ball flight when we were here a few weeks ago.
And it was more right down the line, too, on that one for Troy. And since there was no argument, he knows that it went to the foul side. Because he's running down that line. Brett Anderson's doing a little body English. Supposed to work for him. But Troy was running down the line, saw it the whole way, and didn't even put up a fuss to Mike Winters, the first base umpire.
So it's 3-2 on Troy. Anderson's a contact guy, not a big strikeout guy. 16 punch outs and 30 2/3. The moment I say that, he gets the strikeout, and that's a huge one as he gets Tulowitzki to break the play. Now they're 2 outs, and Arenado will be asked to come through with Blackman at third. Defensively, it's Scott Van Slyke in left. Jock Peterson has proven to be a very adept center fielder. Andre Ethier is a good outfielder. He's in right. Uribe at third. Jimmy Rollins at short. Kendrick at second. Gonzalez at first. It's the all graybeard infield. Yasmani Grandal's behind home plate.
All the guys over 30?
And then some.
Well,
a couple of 35-year-old plus guys on the corners. This ball hard on the ground, but right at Adrian Gonzalez, and the Rockies waste a great opportunity. They had a runner at third, 1 out, and they can't cash it in. Dodger Stadium. You can't even see the San Gabriel Mountains in the background.
Travesty.
It's like they took them away. Jock Peterson, in his rookie year, a .255 average. That's okay, but he's hit 10 home runs. He's also walking at a very high rate. He'll be followed in Don Mattingly's lineup by Jimmy Rollins, then Howie Kendrick, Adrian Gonzalez. Middle of that order, all 300 hitters. Scott Van Slyke doesn't get a lot of ABs, but when he does, he has been productive. Yasmani Grandal having a very good year in LA, coming up from San Diego. Ethier, Uribe, and then Brett Anderson. So here we go with Chad Bettis. He's got a big arm, and the first pitch is outside, ball one.
Those were all in relief appearances last year for Colorado.
In the air to left field. Easy play for Dickerson. One out.
Well, for Chad Bettis, it's a second opportunity to come out and come up here and start. We saw the numbers a moment ago. They weren't real good when he was a reliever. He made the opening day roster in 2014, just never found any stride or traction. And was in a spot for a starting role coming out of spring training, didn't make it, but went down to to Albuquerque and pitched well, 2-2 with the .397 ERA.
You made a good point, Huey, when we were discussing Bettis in the open. You have a sub-4 ERA. I know people don't really get excited about that, but if you have a sub-4 ERA in the PCL, that's doing something. This ball's driven to right center field and deep. Cargo can't reach it, and it's going to be at least two. Yep, Jimmy Rollins took a turnaround second and then stopped. So Rollins, a one-out double. This Dodger team can swing.
Well, and for Jimmy Rollins, he's hitting 172, but it seems like every time the Rockies play him, he somehow puts out 2 or 3 hits. Jimmy's been doing this a long time. One of the elder statesmen of the Dodgers hits it into the gap in right center field. I was thinking about 3, but Charlie played it nicely off the wall and got it back in quickly.
So here's Howie Kendrick, 8 for 16 against the Rockies in his career. 306, 4 home runs, 17 driven in. Think Mike Scioscia misses him?
Yes, a lot. Just misses his presence in the lineup down the road.
And there's a base hit. Now Rollins will get a stop sign from Glenn Hoffman out of respect for the arm of Carlos Gonzalez. It's first and third, one out. Well, the Dodgers lost 5-4 to the Marlins yesterday. They actually had a lead in that game. But 2 nights ago, they had 21 hits. And here comes the game's premier RBI guy. 331 lifetime average with runners in scoring position. And this year he's hitting at 360. Did not get a hit yesterday, and that snapped an 11-game hitting streak for Adrian Gonzalez. Bettis needs a ground ball. We're in the bottom of the first, no score. First and third, one out. Rollins at third. Kendrick at first.
Chad has that pitch in his arsenal, the running fastball. But Adrian Gonzalez, such a professional hitter that he looks for pitches in a particular zone and will wait for with runners in scoring position. He's not going to just go up there and start swinging freely.
Well, look at this. Risked since 1974. Tony Gwynn at 350. Rod Carew, 347. Miguel Cabrera. Votto, Michael Brantley, who I think is one of the unsung great players in this game. Joe Mauer, and then Adrian Gonzalez. This is down the left field line. It's going to get out of play.
I would agree with you on Brantley. He only struck out 3 or 4 times all year.
He had a phenomenal year last year, and I think it gets lost a little bit playing in Cleveland. But Michael Brantley is phenomenal. One and one on Gonzalez. And Chad misses away at 91. It's 2-1. Yasiel Puig not playing right now, not doing a lot of anything because he re-injured the hamstring. He's on the DL. And that's fouled off. And next to him, Ryu. And Ryu has had a shoulder ailment. And that's something that he dealt with quite a bit last year. When he's right, he's really good. But he hasn't been on the mound. They're going to get Kenley Jansen back. Naturally, it's going to come against the Rockies. He could be activated
Saturday is what they're saying.
They're saying Saturday, but you know, in theory, he could be activated tomorrow. The reason I say that is he pitched yesterday for Rancho Cucamonga, so that would give him a full day off, and he's completed his rehab from the foot injury.
That pitch looked like it caught the forward strike zone, but it was called the ball. Now they'll start the runner. Stay out of the double play.
Nope, not going. This is line to right, and it's going to get in the corner. One run is scored. Kendrick is going to get a green light, and the Rockies are not going to get Kendrick either. Adrian Gonzalez, 2 more RBIs, and the Dodgers are out front 2-0. Double, single, double. Gonzalez now has 32 ribbies.
And also 25 extra base hits, which leads all left-handed batters. Just a simple approach for Gonzalez. The foot goes into the ground and the hands follow. We've seen this swing for a number of years out of Adrian.
We always talk about this with pitchers, the ability to repeat their delivery. Adrian Gonzalez's swing never changes.
His hand position's the same. The load, the leg kick, all of it is what it was when he first broke in.
And it's worked well for him. Scott Van Slyke, 52 at bats, but he has 2 home runs and 14 driven in part-time duty. This is hit up the elevator shaft. Nick Hundley thought initially was going to have a play. The wind may have taken that. Rockies in the outfield have Dickerson in left, Charlie Blackmon in center, and Cargos in right. Arenado, Tulowitzki, LeMahieu, Willeen Rosario starting at first base. Justin Morneau, dove and was a little dizzy last night, jarred the neck, which he's dealt with in previous seasons, and so he is, we were told, potentially available to come off the bench.
They said it was like a minor whiplash, so that encompasses everything on the head, and you don't want to take any chances with that. So if he's dealt with it before, as you said, but just make sure everything's okay, and Tommy Reynolds will be in contact with the trainers and say, can I use him? If you say no, that's fine. I understand.
1-2 on Van Slyke, up and in. And Tommy Reynolds is managing the club tonight. Walt is doing much better. In fact, Walt was released from the hospital after the appendectomy last night in Orange County, and he is at the Rockies hotel as we speak, resting. And not sure yet when he's going to return to the dugout. There's a strikeout of Van Slyke. 2 gone. He talked to TR several times today. And they consulted about the lineup and obviously all baseball things concerning this evening's game. But this is not far from Tommy Reynolds. He's managed before, managed with the Expos years ago, and that's where you first met him.
Yeah, here's my manager down in AAA, and then Tom managed in the early 90s up in Montreal. been bench coach for a number of years. He's really done it all in baseball.
Here's Yasmani Grandal. He of the 8 RBI game last week.
That was against the Brewers.
He drove in all 8 after the 6th inning. Fastball in there for a strike, 1-1.
And that's when his average and total hits, everything jumped after that game, because in the last 9 games he's hitting .536, but prior to that it was .179.
And that's a strike as well. Rondell's really picked it up after a somewhat sluggish start. 179 to .536. That's picking it up. Slugging percentage at .964.
That's picking it up.
One, 2, and that was a good pitch. That'll end the inning. Rosario runs to the bag, but Rollins doubled, Kendrick singled, and then Adrian Gonzalez drove them both home with a double. It's 2-0 LA.
That Troy Tulowitzki was going to meet with his agent here in Los Angeles and have breakfast on Thursday morning. He did that, and he addressed the media today at about 4:35 local time, and he said he still has mixed emotions about things going on with his career.
I've been here so long. I've put in so much work. I feel like I've done a lot of good things for the organization, so it would make it that much more special. So I still hold on to that, but at the same time, you think about, hey, if we can't win here, is it better for my career to go somewhere else and try to win? So I battle with that all the time.
And there's Tulo as Willeen Rosario goes deep to right field. So the baby bull with a home run getting the Rockies on the board. I know you guys will talk about this. Tulo spoke for about 10 minutes from the heart, candidly. He is not an angry guy, he said. But as he said, he struggles with that every day.
Well, first thing first, and that's the Willeen home run. Mark, thank you very much. Willeen goes opposite field against Brett Anderson to get the Rockies on the board.
In a night that game time temperature at first pitch was 59 degrees, heavy air, and if there's any wind, it is blowing from right to left. So that would have held it up even more. So for Willeen to take it out that far that way, that shows you how strong that young man is.
Yep, strong man. Good to see the baby bull trotting around the bases. Second home run of the year. Corey Dickerson at the plate. Now to Tulowitzki. Troy's always been very candid. In fact, we're going to sit down later this weekend and chat. We'll have that interview coming up on Sunday. I understand totally what he said. he wants to win, and I will take him at his word. He desperately wants to win here. He's been a Rocky. He grew up a Rocky. He's tasted success as a Rocky. 07 World Series, 09 postseason, 2010. The Rockies were in it until the final days of the season. So he knows what it's like to win in a Rockies uniform. He, like everybody else in the organization and outside the organization, those who followed the Rockies, are very, very frustrated. The team has struggled the last few years. They're obviously not in a good place right now. And that's what he's saying. And I think that's being honest.
Troy is very candid. He always has been since he first came up. It's nothing that's different for him. He's always spoke his mind. But I go back to 07, 09, those playoffs in the World Series. That was electric down in Lodo at Coors Field. That was a lot of fun, and that's what he's saying.
That was very special times, and everybody involved, even some of the fans that had just come to the Rocky Mountain region. It was an electric time, and the atmosphere in lower downtown Denver, we'll never forget those times. And hopefully they're repeated often in the future, but right now it's been a struggle, and Tulowitzki, along with everybody else in that dugout, very frustrated with what's gone down, especially after such a good start.
Right, and even where we are right now with 11 straight losses, you walk in that locker room and guys are frustrated. It's not, everything's okay, we're in the big leagues. No, that's not what you feel when you go in there. They're angry, they're disappointed, they're all of that. And they want to turn it around tonight.
Well, that home run was big because there was disappointment in the first inning on two levels. The Rockies didn't play Charlie Blackmon, who was at third. And Troy's kicking himself over that. And then Chad gives up a couple runs in his return to the big leagues. So Rosario getting the Rockies on the board, that was big.
Answer. Just you don't have to tie it up, but just at least get one of those runs back to get some momentum back in your dugout. And that was the first home run that Brett Anderson has given up to a lefty. Yeah, the average has been high, but he hadn't given up a home run until that Willeen shot.
And a strikeout of Huntley. That's the second strikeout for Brett Anderson. That'll bring up DJ LeMahieu. A reminder, Rockies fans, you can join the conversation all season long. Send us your thoughts, photos via Twitter, Instagram, or Facebook. Use the hashtag ToyotaTalk. Unbelievable. The Rockcats, 13 in a row. Johan Flande, a Rockcat. He's with the Rockies again.
He was 5-0 for the Rockcats for 1.36 ERA.
DJ among the league leaders in batting average at 327.
A moment ago I said Brett Anderson had given up a home run to a lefty. He hadn't. That's his third one he's given up to a right-handed batter. I know Willeen hits right-handed. I looked at my numbers backwards.
6 lashes.
Said pulled my glasses down a little further. That's all.
I haven't had to break my cheaters out yet tonight. 1-2. The night is young, though.
Yes, it is.
How dare you ad-lib for 3.5 hours and misspeak?
I know.
2 balls, 2 strikes on LeMahieu. And this is on the ground to second. Kendrick will throw out DJ. But Willeen Rosario goes oppo to get the Rockies their first run of the night. It's 2-1, middle of 2 at Dodger Stadium. Home run number 2 for Willeen. brought to you by your hometown Toyota stores. Let's go places. And by Southwest Airlines. Book your low fare now at southwest.com. With Jeff Houston and Mark Stout, I'm Drew Goodman. Second inning for Chad Bettis. The Dodgers up 2-1. And Andre Ethier, who's hitting .321, fouls off the first pitch. Ethier has faced the Rockies more than any active player in the game.
I think the Dodgers are happy they didn't do anything with Ethier. They kept trying to get rid of him for 2 years.
This is swatted to right, and this is going to end up in that right field corner. And it's the third double already for L.A.
Well, hopefully it's not a repeat of what happened last time the Rockies were here when they had Dodgers had 19 extra base hits in that 3-game series. Fourth double of the season for Andre. Wanted it down and got up by the belt. He pulls it into the corner.
So here's Uribe, who's had some of his time at third taken away, and I mean, he's been pretty productive. A couple home runs, 14 RBIs for Uribe, but two reasons that he's lost some time. Every time Alex Guerrero gets inserted in the lineup by Don Mattingly, he hits a home run, and every time Justin Turner shows up in a ball game, he hits a double or a home run, it seems like. This is fouled off, so Mattingly has had to find time for both of those guys, and sometimes it's come at third base at the expense of Juan Uribe.
Since May 8th, 5-6 days ago, Juan Uribe's only played 5 innings at third. As you mentioned, Guerrero 16, Justin Turner 20 innings.
Ball and a strike on Uribe. Good moving fastball, but it's too far in. And the sinker's low, and it's 3 balls and a strike. Ethier leadoff double.
Uribe's really another guy that hasn't changed his swing since he came up. I mean, he steps in the bucket. Something you wouldn't teach to a little leaguer. You'd always be saying, "Hey, fix that."
You'd be putting a cinder block behind his left foot. Chop to third, foul. Nolan finished the play just to let Juan know he would have been out.
Just for fun. I'll go ahead and grab this. I know it's foul by 5 feet. Here we go. Just want to keep the arm loose, practice.
He loves to play. And Chad will grab it. Bettis will throw out Uribe. 1 out. And that'll bring up Brett Anderson.
Hard pouring fastball into the hands of Uribe.
Bettis at a Texas Tech. Started some there, closed a lot in Lubbock for the Red Raiders. Raining a little bit there. Yeah, there's a big dark cloud. It's over the stadium right now. I'm trying to think back, and you and I have been here literally, well over 100 times, and I don't know if I've ever seen it rain.
It was a first for me.
1-0 on Anderson, and Anderson hits this ball pretty well, and it is over everybody's head. Ethier jogs home, and Brett Anderson, with his first hit of the year, And it's a double. That's 4 doubles already for LA. 3-1.
Brett Anderson just started swinging when that ball came out of the hand. He caught it on the sweet spot of the bat. Well, last year he had 1 double in his first at bat for Colorado. I'm double checking. I think that might be his first RBI ever.
With Oakland.
It's a second.
So long. It looks like a lot of these hits are coming on the fastball. And last year, the league, when Chad was up, hit .472 against his fastball. Look like a changeup. It's 1-0. Peterson hit a fly ball to left field last inning, and that's in there.
The arsenal for Chad Bettis, and this is based off the numbers last year. Threw a lot of fastballs, occasional changeups and sliders. I think his changeup is his best secondary pitch. It's the one he'll throw when he's in trouble, and we saw it. It comes in about 85 miles an hour.
1-2.
And there it was at 85.
2-2 on Peterson, a free swinging leadoff hitter. He has struck out 43 times in 125 at bats, but when he puts it in play, he puts it in play with authority. 15 of his 26 hits have gone for extra bases, including 10 home runs.
Yeah, 10 home runs is third.
Well, the 15 out of 26, that percentage of extra base hits against total hits, it's the highest in baseball. That's why he's slugging just under 600. Thought we may have had a play there.
No. We need one of those big nets that some people use.
Yeah, if we had a big net, we would have had a shot.
Yeah, we could have made that one.
There we are. Two-two. 3-1 Los Angeles. 3 runs, 5 hits. They're up in the second inning. Leading the National League in runs scored. They lead all of baseball in a lot of offensive categories. And at home, they've been a freight train. They've played 18 home games. They've won 15.
That leads the major leagues. St. Louis is just behind. They also score a lot of runs at home.
They're 15-3 at home, and if you go back to last year, they're 25-5 over their last 30 home games. The Cardinals are playing terrific baseball at home. The Mets, Minnesota, the surprise on that list.
Paul Molitor. The Twins playing well.
Chad Bettis in a battle with Jock Peterson with 1 out. It's the hardest pitch we've seen from Bettis tonight. Obviously, it wasn't close. That came in at 95. Been working about 91.
91, 92.
Jimmy Rollins, who doubled, is on deck. Brett Anderson at second base. Pulled to first. Williams got it. Anderson obviously will move up 90 feet. 2 gone. And that'll bring up Rollins.
Number 11, Jimmy Rollins.
Dollar hot dogs are back for the 2015 season. The first 10,000 fans on Tuesday, May 19th will receive a coupon for dollar hot dog. Get yours today. First time the Philadelphia Phillies come to town.
Rollins playing on the West Coast for the first time since he grew up in Oakland. Other than when he played as a visitor with the Phillies, obviously. Becoming an East Coast guy through and through, makes his offseason home in Florida with his family. Gotten off to a slow start in a Dodger uniform offensively. 1 ball, 1 strike.
It will be strange when Rockies play the Phillies this next week, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, not see Jimmy Rollins up the middle. Just see him in the Dodger blue. Is just so for so many years.
It's
Rollins
different.
and Utley.
Yep, it's different. You know, there's still some holdovers. Utley's been struggling in a big way. Ryan Howard's still there. He slimmed down Ryan Howard. Still have Ruiz behind the plate. 2-1 on Rollins.
Papelbon's still there.
Just moved to #1 all time. Jenny told us that last night. #1 all time in saves with the Phillies.
Some lightning in the background.
Cutter in, and it's 3-2. And it was held by Hundley. Good pitch. That ends the inning. A leadoff double by Ethier, and then
they're saying that ball hit the ground.
They're saying it hit the ground and rolled everything.
So the home plate umpire,
it's Mike Malinsky.
He signals that it was caught.
No, it did.
It did hit the ground. Marty Foster's at third base. Overruled him.
Good job by Nick trying to sell it. There's no way the home plate umpire is going to be able to detect that.
No, and he can't hear the different sounds after it goes off that because he thought it went straight in the glove.
And that's ball 4. Going to change up again. So Rollins works out a walk, and that brings up Howie Kendrick.
Second baseman, number 47, Howie Kendrick.
Kendrick lined a single to right last inning and would come around on the double by Adrian Gonzalez.
Jimmy Rollins doesn't steal as much as he used to, but he's still a threat at first.
He's 3 for 6 this year, and that's slowly hit up the middle. And Tulowitzki will throw out Kendrick to end the inning. So a run on a couple of hits, a couple of doubles. The run's driven in by Brett Anderson of all people. 3-1 LA. 7 in a game. Go to participating Colorado Taco Bell locations the next day. Do it between 4 and 6. And get your Rockies taco special, Live Mas at Taco Bell. Crowd reacting in the background because Fernando Valenzuela, who's been a longtime member of the Spanish television broadcast, was shown on the big screen. Fernando Mania. There's Pepe on his left, or on Fernando's right, left of our screen. You know what I meant. That fastball's away to Chad Bettis.
I did. I knew what you meant.
Jaime Jarrín on that side, the Hall of Famer. He's exactly like Scully. They're great broadcasters who are even better gentlemen.
That's true. Fernando Mania here was just off the charts when he was doing, looking at the sky and twisting his back and throwing. It was pure joy to watch him throw.
Third strikeout for Brett Anderson, and that'll bring up Blackman. Blackman, with a single down the left field line, would reach third base in the first with 1 out. Rockies couldn't cash it in. Rockies beat Fresno tonight. The Isotopes beat Fresno tonight. Albuquerque Isotopes 18 hits.
Charlie was trying to pull that with him towards first base.
So yesterday the Rockies had 10 hits, and we discussed that 9 of the hits came with 2 outs. They became the first team since 1989 to have 9 or more 2-out hits and score 1 or zip in a game since Texas did it in '89 in a game against Seattle.
The year before I got over to Texas, traded over there in the spring of '90.
You wouldn't allow that to happen.
Yeah. No, that's not happening, boys. Let's go.
Let's go.
Enough.
Somebody steal home. 1 and 2. I don't see a ton of Marucci gloves.
No.
This ball sharply hit, but it's at a rebound. 2 outs.
Number 5, Carlos Gonzalez.
I just thought Marucci made bats.
That's what they're most known for.
That's true. Be shorts weather. I don't know about your boys, but even if it dropped down in the 30s or 40s, they'd wear shorts and a sweatshirt to school.
Your kids would wear a sweatshirt?
Yeah.
My kids wore just shorts and a t-shirt. Obviously tougher in my neighborhood.
Right, okay.
The kids are unbelievable now. JR thought that was funny.
Yeah, he did. Thought it was real
Woke
funny.
him up.
No, they wore shorts and a sweatshirt and call it good.
2-1 on Cargo.
Here you need stocking caps and beanies and
Those
gloves.
look at those 2 beautiful children. Those stats get broken out all the time, don't they? Here in Southern California. That's something Grandma said, who lives in a cold weather state.
She was back up north, maybe Minnesota or back east.
So this will be perfect for the holidays. Got buried in some drawer and they got taken out tonight. It's really coming down all of a sudden. And Gonzalez is gone. A strikeout by Brett Anderson. 1-2-3 third inning. 3-1 Los Angeles. The crew chief for the grounds crew talking to the crew chief of the umpires, Mike Winters, about the weather. That never happens. With every challenge call, a Subaru eyesight review will determine the outcome. Love, it's what makes a Subaru a Subaru. It is still raining, though not as hard as it was a moment ago. Adrian Gonzalez leading off in the third inning against Chad Bettis. The Dodgers got 2 in the first on a double by Gonzalez. They got another run in the second on a double by Brett Anderson. They're up 3-1. This is bounce foul. Good downward movement. That looked like a changeup.
What do they go back to? Go back to a changeup, back to back. Another one. Adrian's so tough. Big guy, you think, oh, he'd strike out a lot. That's not the case. He'll foul pitches off. He's got a pretty good eye at the plate.
Just a tremendous hitter. Second in the league with a .360 average coming in. He wanted it up, and that was well executed by Chad Bettis.
And I like the way Nick gave the sign. Put a finger down and put the thumb up, so he wants the high fastball. And he hit his spot. Well, just watch the signal for it. This tells you all you need to know. I want the fastball, the thumb up, put it up in the zone.
Pitchers talk about this too. You know, you always talk about the glove, the old Yogi Berra. Yogi turned 90 the other day in the Yogi Berra stance. You know what? A pitcher in that situation can say, you know what, I want it to be mask high, and his target is the mask as opposed to necessarily the glove, because catchers are very careful about giving away. You know, peripherally, you guys can see sometimes where the target is, and you don't want to give it away. 1-1 on Van Slyke. Sliders in the dirt.
Most pitchers, when you talk about throwing down, they'll look at the shin guard. That will be their target when they want it down, because it gives them a good frame of reference. Because by the time you put up the glove, especially with the runner on, it might be too late. So he's right now he's focusing on that shin guard. Where does he want it?
Oh, Nolan. And the tag out at first base. Nice play by Rosario to come off the bag. He doesn't have a lot of experience over there. And he spun with the tag so he didn't get injured. Nolan Arenado diving and taking a double from Scott Van Slyke.
And he was shaking his head that he was disappointed with that throw. I'm thinking, why? You had to dive. You come up with a fistful of dirt because it's been raining. You grab that ball, it slips out of your hand. Everything could go wrong, and he still gets it in the neighborhood. But Lane coming off the bag, the swag tag off the helmet of Van Slyke. And for a guy that hasn't played first base too many times, you would see guys get alligator arms when it goes over there, meaning that their arm gets really, really short. They're not going to stretch out there. They don't want to get their wrist or their shoulder injured. Not Willeen.
Tell you what, if this was Ohio State, both guys would get a Buckeye in their helmet. That was
see how his arm is extended? And he made the play and tag in one motion.
Good play by Willeen. Boy, is he special. I don't know if he's human over there, Oliver. Can't say that for sure.
He doesn't look like it some nights.
Strike 3. And Grandal is gone. He's arguing at home plate with Mike Malinsky. A strong inning for Bettis with a little help from the Gold Glove third baseman. 3-1 LA. Tulowitzki to lead it off when we come back. Stat from Dodger Stadium. Let's check our Lowe's never stop improving stat. Batting average by the 4 infielders and the catcher, that would be 5. The Rockies have the highest in baseball at 299. The Dodgers not far off at 287. Tulowitzki, who's in that group obviously, will lead things off in the 4th inning. Came into the ball game with a 303 average. Struck out on a 3-2 breaking ball in the dirt with a runner at 3rd and 1 out against Brett Anderson in the 1st. So it's been raining here at Dodger Stadium, but the Rockies and Dodgers playing through it. Can't say the same down at Petco.
What?
Tyson Ross, that's right. Tyson Ross struck out Denard Span to start the ball game, and they've been in a rain delay since, the Padres and Nationals.
Come to think of it, I don't remember seeing a tarp in San Diego.
Well, they actually don't have one. What they did is they got a bunch of cardboard boxes from a nearby warehouse, and they just kind of laid them over the field. It was a little cumbersome for the actually solicited help from people in the stands. 0-2, fastballs away.
Joke about it, but California needs
they need the moisture. They absolutely need the moisture. This may be a nuisance for the players, and we may have fun with it as broadcasters, but they absolutely need the moisture out here.
It's 47 pitches for Brett Anderson, 31 strikes. Of the 4 strikeouts, 3 have come on a slider. The other was a fastball, but that was to Chad Bettis.
It's down 2-2. Grandal's waiting till Tulowitzki gets set. He wanted the slider, and he got Tulo again.
The same exact pitch, the same location.
Brett Anderson's piling up the strikeouts tonight by his standards.
Well, and
5.
Yeah, and if he does strike out guys, 3/4 of the time it's going to be with sliders. Tonight he's 4 for 5 with the slider. And he just gets on top of that and really yanks down and pulls hard to get the rotation on the baseball.
Nolan takes ball 1. Arenado 2 for 5 last night. Double and an infield single. And that's lined it right at Howie Kendrick.
Number 20, Willeen Rosario.
So here comes Willeen. He hit a home run to right, leading off the 2nd inning to provide the Rockies with their only run.
Well, he jumped on the first pitch fastball from Brett Anderson. I don't think he'll get a first pitch fastball. Nope. If I'm Moline, I sit breaking pitches, whole at bat. Maybe till you get to 2 strikes and then you change, but I would look for something off speed.
I saw that curveball well. Stayed off at 2-0.
Even here, 2-0.
There's the curveball. 3-0.
Kind of generous with that 3-0.
The strike call by Malinsky. Looked away. And Willeen stayed with it and lines the curveball back up the middle.
And what did he get? All 5 pitches.
Everything was off speed.
Hey, get ready for the first fireworks show of the year on Friday, May 22nd. It's sponsored by Lockheed Martin. All on hand will receive a handheld U.S. flag. Tickets are going quickly, so get yours today at any Rockies ticket outlet, including Rockies.com.
Corey bounced to second his first time up. On the inside corner for a strike. Mentioned Mike Malinsky's the home plate umpire. The crew chief Mike Winters at first. Mark Wegner's at second. Marty Foster is at third. It's the 4M club. And another strike. Lefties coming into the ballgame this year were hitting .375 against Anderson.
Well, he doesn't have that hard slider. It's more of a slurve. Because his curveball will go 12-6. The slider that he throws is more side to side. You get a tiny bit of bite at the end of the break.
This ball's lined to Van Slyke. He's there. And Willeen left at first base. Rockies done in their half of the 4th inning. Middle of 4, Dodgers 3, and the Rockies 1.
It is 3-1 Dodgers as Chad Bettis heads to the hill for the bottom of the 4th to take on the Dodgers. Bettis has gone from starter to reliever back to starter, and over this time frame, he told me it has been an education.
Learned that you can't throw fastballs and fastball counts over the plate. You're going to get whacked. So that's when that transition started, and it led into this year, and I feel like pitching isn't just throwing the ball anymore. It's commanding it with conviction.
Yeah, Drew, Jeff, when you look at his numbers, his ERA as a reliever, like 9, that's what it was last year. It's much lower as a starter.
Blackman closing and makes the catch to rob Andre Ethier. Mark, continue.
Number 5, Juan Uribe.
Mark, talking about Chad Bettis. you know, he's gotten himself in a little rhythm, and it helps that you get a little help from your center fielder. Charlie got a good break on that.
Great first step for Charlie. Keeps his eye on the ball the whole way, looks it into the glove. He knew when he took off that he was going to have a chance to make that play. But to get back to Chad for a moment, there's one thing when you're coming up, you can get by with certain pitches or certain locations of a strike zone in the minor leagues, even all the way up to AAA. You can do it because there's only 3 or 4 guys in that AAA lineup that's really dangerous. But big leagues, I don't care if you're hitting 8th or 9th, whatever it is, you're still the best hitter there is in AAA.
Good pickup by Troy, and he'll throw out Uribe by 5 steps. 2 outs. And that's 6 in a row set down by Bettis. Getting a rhythm.
Anderson.
Well, you think about this though. He had some nerves to start the game. Yeah, he's been pitching in AAA, but this is a chance for him again to come up and show he belongs. No matter if you've been here or not, you've already had some taste in 37 games, but it's different. You're coming up and you're pitching against the Dodgers.
And there's an opportunity because, unfortunately for Tyler Matzik, it may not be a quick fix. I don't know if some of you saw his line the other day. He had command issues in his final appearance with the Rockies where he walked 6. He went down to Albuquerque and he walked 7 and hit a guy in 1 inning. And honestly, your heart goes out to him because he battled this at times in the minor leagues, and it's naturally more upstairs now than anywhere else, and he has to overcome that.
And you hope he can.
Yeah.
I mean, that's.
I don't know how that was called a ball, by the way. Look at that thing. Go ahead, Jeff. I'm sorry.
I was just going to say, everybody likes Tyler, what he did, how hard he worked. But now he might have to take a step back and just take a short break and try to get the mind right.
I think Mike Malinsky squeezed Chad Bettis there, and it's a 2-out walk to Brett Anderson. And that brings up Jock Peterson.
Well, if you're going to do that, all you ask on the offensive side when you come to the plate, do the same. Don't have 2 different zones.
Bettis has gotten Peterson twice. Fly ball to left and a ground ball to Rosario. Moline playing behind the pitcher at first, a little more range. The Rockies' walk rate is the highest in baseball. Their starting pitchers, it's the highest also that the Rockies have ever had in their history. It was above 5 till the last couple of days. Kendrick didn't walk anybody 2 days ago. Yesterday, just 1 inning actually from Jordan Lyles. Talked to him before the ball game. He got that hand wrapped up trying to get the swelling out.
The good news, it wasn't broken. He thinks he'll make his next start. Flashback to last night off the bat of Albert Pujols. Off the backside of his pitching hand, immediately swelled up. Had to come out of the game and went and had x-rays. But back on the bench later on that night.
Ground ball to Nolan. He's going to go the short way to Tulowitzki. 5-6 on that force out. And Chad Bettis successfully navigates the 4th inning. We'll go to the 5th. Rockies trying to get some offense going against Brett Anderson. Sports is brought to you by the Ford Fusion. Power you on and good looks too. Ford, go further. By Southwest Airlines. Book your low fare now at southwest.com. And by CenturyLink, your link to what's next. They're not going that fast. They never do in L.A., especially when it's raining out.
Last night it wasn't a long trip up from Anaheim.
We made it from Anaheim in a half hour, door to door, to our downtown Los Angeles hotel. But of course, we did it at midnight. What time did we do it?
You might have gone a little faster than this posted speed limit sign.
And who was the knucklehead who tried to cut us off on the 110?
I don't know. That had me worried, though.
Great driving skills avoided a collision.
Oh, please.
Brett Anderson will face Nick Hundley here in the 5th. And that's in there for a strike. Nick struck out swinging his first time. Again last night, went 0 for 4. It snapped his career best 13-game hitting streak, one of the longest by a catcher in Rockies history. Torrealba still has that record at 16 straight. And you got yourself in a breaking ball count, and he's got a sharp slider tonight.
And he's figured out where to throw it. This is a definition of the back foot slider.
6 strikeouts. DJ coming up. Time for our big hit presented by Mako. Turn the car you drive into the car you love. Now DJ LeMahieu owns a home run here earlier this season. And DJ with a base hit through that right side. 4th hit for the Rockies.
DJ is focusing on hitting the ball to the right side this at bat. Wasn't going to get burned with any off-speed pitch. Cut fastball inside, drops the back elbow closer to his body, but still stays behind the baseball. And then hits it to right field. Nice little seeing eye base hit. You'll take those any day of the week. The best thing of those is when you're running out of the box, you take 2 strides, you know the second baseman or the infielder's not going to get it. You're cruising down to first base.
So much pain in the game. It's nice when you can rejoice
for that fraction of a second.
Yeah. Got me one.
Got my knock tonight.
1 strike on Bettis, trying to move DJ to scoring position. Uribe's about 55 feet away on the third base side.
Choice for Tommy Reynolds. You keep the bunt sign on or you let him swing. I keep the bunt sign on.
Keep the bunt on.
Try to bunt anywhere out in front of the plate. Don't worry so much about direction.
Well, that's strike 3. Doesn't matter. 7 strikeouts for Brett Anderson.
His previous high was 4 in a game. He did it twice, once at Arizona and again at home against Arizona.
Blackmon's 1 for 2. He's hit the ball to the left side twice. His career best in strikeouts is 10 on a couple of occasions. The last time being early April of 2013 at Minute Maid Park against the Astros.
And with 2 strikes, Brett Anderson, we've seen it tonight with the slider, but he'll also use the fastball. Take everything else out of the equation. Don't worry about the changeup or the curveball. Those are not even in your thought as a hitter when you're standing in the box.
SOP, standard operating procedure in these situations to check the runner. 0-2 pitch, got the leadoff man up. That LeMahieu may run.
He does. It'll be first movement. Don't read him.
There he goes. Swung on a miss. Doesn't matter. 8 strikeouts for Anderson. He struck out the side. Rockies trailing 3-1 in the 5th. Chad Bettis' return to the big leagues, and he trails 3-1. He gave up a 2-run double to Adrian Gonzalez in the first. Willeen Rosario hit a home run in the second for the Rockies. Chad's kind of settled in since the first couple of innings where he gave up the 3 runs. And in the 5th inning, you'll see Jimmy Rollins, Howie Kendrick, and Adrian Gonzalez. Rollins a double and a walk, and he takes ball 1.
Jimmy is a switch hitter. The one side's not better than the other this year. He's hitting overall 172 from left side, 173, right side 167.
Well, you want balance, but not that kind of balance. And that is hit on one hop to Tulowitzki. He was positioned perfectly with the shift, and Rollins loses what in the past was a base hit.
Not anymore. With Howie Kendrick coming to the plate, the Dodgers got rid of the 2 guys that were here last year up the middle. Dee Gordon, he's having a great year with Miami. And then Hanley Ramirez with Boston, 10 home runs, but he's playing left field for them now.
Here's a footnote on Hanley. You're not going to believe this, Huey. He has 10 home runs,
yes.
Really impressive. He does not have any doubles or triples.
None.
None.
Not even a leg bloop double.
He has no doubles.
And for Howie, he's hitting .306 with 15 RBIs, but 1,000 fielding percentage. Just doesn't have the range, Dee Gordon, but he's steady Eddie there. And then Jimmy Rollins is a career .983 fielder.
Kendrick went around. He's one of those guys that's really versatile lineup-wise in that you can hit him in a number of spots if you're Don Mattingly.
Yeah, it depends on where you need him to hit that night. Most of the time, Adrian Gonzalez is going to be in the lineup, but if they give Jimmy a day off, you could slide Howie up to second if you needed to. You could drop him to 5th.
He's hit cleanup for them.
Yeah, it doesn't matter where you put him. It goes back to the old baseball saying, is a professional hitter, professional player.
Here's the 1-2 on Kendrick, and he bounces this one right back to Bettis. He's a fastball that bore in on his hands. So Chad has truly settled in. The stuff has been much better located here in the last few innings. Got 2 out. He's got Adrian Gonzalez up there. He struck him out on a high fastball and set it up nicely, doubling up on the changeup prior.
So you get the hitter to think away and down and then elevate. And it shocks the system for a batter. Oh, I'm used to that. You're going to come up. I see it. I think I can hit it, and I can't. More movement on the baseball. Chad's really picking his spots and what he's doing now. And they needed it, too. With last night, with Jordan Lyles going out after the first inning, Christian Bergman, he picked up 5 1/3. And you ran through 3 or 4 other guys with the extra inning ball game.
Two and one. And now the Rockies are in a stretch, no scheduled days off for quite some time. When they return home, they'll play 8 games in 7 days, 4 against the Phillies, and then 4 against the Giants. They'll play that makeup game and double dip.
That's on Saturday.
And then they'll travel to Cincinnati for 3, and then on May 28th will be their next scheduled day off. They'll take that in Philadelphia, and that's a walk. Critical spot in the game for Bettis, and that, again, to your point, you want to try to get him some length. He's that 92 pitch area, and if he's going to come out for the 6th, he's probably got to get Van Slyke quickly.
The first 10,000 fans through the gates on Sunday, May 24th, will receive a mullet hat, and that's sponsored by Jack Links. Sunday, May 24th.
Strikeout and a hard smash down the third base line that Nolan Arenado took a hit from him. Now with the bare hand, he's going to take another hit from him. Oh, safe. Yulin came off the bag.
This ball changed direction on Nolan when it was halfway to him. A swinging bunt. Bare hands it. The hard part is getting the body turned enough when the ball's going towards the line and you have to change directions. You see how he went from his left foot and then over to his right foot. That doesn't allow you to get your hips through that throw, and they'll sail back towards the runner. And it's still a base hit. But for Nolan, he knows he can make that play, but it is a tough play.
Jackets off, guys stretching quickly in the Rockies bullpen. Grandal at the plate, and he takes a strike. Ground ball to first and a strikeout for Grandal. 3 strikeouts, 3 walks for Chad Bettis. 6 hits for the Dodgers to produce their 3 runs. The Rockies a run on 4 hits. (0-2) on Yasmani Grandal, product of the University of Miami.
Ken Roberts, the left-hander, working quickly in the bullpen for Colorado.
This is rolled toward the middle. Tulo can't get it, and it's going to score a run. Gonzalez comes around, a 2-out rally for the Dodgers. Walk, infield single, and a roller up the middle for Grandal. 4-1 LA.
seeing eye base hit for Grandal. Troy pulled over into the shift on the second base side, but Adrian Gonzalez, who had walked to start this rally all with 2 outs, comes around to score. But he's just trying to put it in play. He just hit it into that vacated area. Troy comes within 6 inches of stopping that baseball.
Steve Foster's conversation is done, and now with the pitch total at 97, it probably eliminates any chance for Bettis to go beyond this inning. But first things first, you got to get a tough man in Andre Ethier, who's doubled and lined to deep left center. Rain continues to fall, lightning in the background. And Ethier went, it's 0-1.
Ethier geared up for the fastball. Nick and Chad tricked him with the change. Make it 3 for 3, throw him 3 straight change-ups. Don't make this one try to make it any better than the last one, because that was good. Dodgers tonight 4 for 9 with runners in scoring position.
Did he go?
Nope.
And now it's 3-2.
Wow. And that's all over the Ford strike zone. Set up, splits the plate at the knees. Can't miss that.
And ball 4. And the bases are loaded for a rebate. Now the question for Tommy Runnels, do you let Bettis go after a rebate? Probably will, because it's right on right. Roberts warming up his left-handed.
And he's 0 for 2 against Chad.
Another pitch close, called the ball, just inside. 1-0. Good block by Nick Honey. Not an easy pitch to block.
No, because you don't know what direction it's going to go after it hits the dirt, and the dirt is starting to gather some moisture. So will it slow it down, or will it make the ball skip?
Bases loaded, 2-0 on a rebate. And he hits a high fly ball to center field. Blackman waiting. Battling the raindrops, Charlie makes the catch. With 2 outs, there was a walk, then an infield hit, and another single brought home a run. It's 4-1 LA as we go to the 6th.
this day in history, in baseball history. It's a Toyota tweet, Toyota Talk tweet. It's about Fernando Valenzuela. On this day in his rookie year in 1981, he moved to 8-0 with an 0.50 ERA. 8 straight complete games, 5 were shutouts. That's why Fernando Mania was running wild. And Drew and Jeff, I knew that Spielborgs had told me this, Spilly. Ryan said that he faced Fernando in 2005 in Mexico when Fernando was playing for Mexicali, and Spilly was playing for whatever team Vinny played for. He said his first at bat, 3 pitches all called strikes, and then he swung first pitch the next time and hit like 3 doubles off of him. But he was 45, of course.
But didn't he also say that the 3 pitches, they were about a foot outside?
Yeah, outside, so he's like, I got to swing.
remember where you are.
Right.
Yeah, I'm not getting any calls today.
Spilly just said, what?
Yeah.
Okay, it's Fernando out on the hill. I got it.
You got royalty on the mound. 1 strike on Cargo. Ground ball to second, and he struck out on a slider. Brett Anderson has struck out 8, 2 off his career high.
Yeah, just 16 strikeouts coming into the game in 30-plus innings.
That made Malinsky flinch, but it was inside, so it's 3-1. These are the situations Cargo's got to slow down, Huey. He jumps at the ball a little bit when he gets in hitters counts. You saw him you go all the way back to Milwaukee. He drove the ball the other way. He was more patient.
Over anxious. When you're in a slump and you're trying to get out of it, you'll jump and you'll charge to the pitcher because you're in such a hurry.
So a leadoff walk for Cargo. And that'll bring up Tulowitzki. The Rockies' upcoming home schedule is brought to you by Remax. So when the Rockies return home on Monday, they take on the Phillies, first of 4. We will not televise Thursday afternoon, being a day game. Then the Giants are in, and we'll have all 4 of those games. Again, it's a twin bill on Saturday.
Yes, we are televising both games on Saturday.
Yeah, it's a day-night doubleheader. Saturday. Tulowitzki yet to figure out Brett Anderson tonight. A couple of strikeouts, and he's behind 0-2 again. Both times he struck out on the curveball.
Yeah, more specifically, that's what he hasn't been able to figure out. Trying to make it 3 for 3 in the same spot. That one was left up.
Our man Aaron here in Los Angeles from Stats Inc. just handed us a note. Hanley doubled tonight.
After we just got done saying.
Well, you were ridiculing him for not doubling.
Or tripling.
Triples are tougher to come by. We understand that. He flinched. I don't think he went. No swing.
You never know. You're holding your breath.
How about the Eddie Rabbit, famous Rainy Night song? We haven't heard that in L.A. ever.
Tonight it's appropriate.
It's usually reserved for Cincinnati in the summer. Or Miami.
Or some of the other East Coast.
Or Denver last week.
JR has come up with a whole lot of raindrops keep falling on my head.
My all-time favorite from my favorite movie of all time. Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid. Purple Rain from, you know what?
Blue Eyes Crying in the Rain.
Purple Rain from Prince. What was that, 81 with Prince? Outside on Troy, 2-2. This is a classic also, Fire and Rain, James Taylor.
I saw James Taylor at Red Rocks.
Did you? You didn't call me, huh?
No. I wanted to enjoy my night off.
Thank you. We showed up together at the Chicago concert.
Yes, we did.
REO Speedwagon to begin things. JR perked up. Saw REO twice last year, JR. 3-2 on Tulowitzki.
It is starting to come down as hard as it has all evening.
And Troy bounces one up the middle. Jimmy Rollins is going to get Tulowitzki by half a step. Thought maybe once it cleared Anderson, you had a chance for an infield hit with the wet grass and everything.
Number 28, Nolan Arenado.
Brett Anderson jumped for this baseball, thinking he was going to get it. That was a kind of a weak effort at that. Jimmy comes in, knowing that he doesn't have a play at second on Carlos. Secures the ball, gets the out. Jimmy got hurt on that play. He's been limping around. Stood behind the mound for a moment.
And now Brett Anderson's looking at his hand. That ball clearly slipped out of his hand. You're looking at Rollins, and I saw what you saw. That
just didn't seem right.
Yeah, it didn't seem 100%.
Mike was asking Brett Anderson if he needed them to
do any work on the mound.
Yeah, he said it's up to you. Brett said, no, I'm good.
Yeah, the dirt's getting clumpy.
Whoa.
Big lightning shot. Way out in center field. Cargo's at second, a 1-0, and big swing and a miss from Arenado. That ball's live, but it's going to have to be taken out of play because it just rolled on the grass.
Well, we're going to get another update from the crew chief and the hit grounds crew. They're meeting over by the dugout.
Dodgers up 4-1. The Rockies have been out hit 7-4. And that ball's foul down the third base line. It hit the tarp. Even the tarp, you know, usually they're on bigger rollers. That's the oldest tarp in baseball.
They brought it from Brooklyn.
They brought it from Brooklyn, exactly. And this is another tough chance for Rollins, and he's not going to get Nolan. Hope Nolan didn't get hurt now.
It looked like he lunged at the bag.
Number 20, Willie Rosario.
Watching him walk around. It's an infield hit, first and third.
You're always taught not to lunge at first base, but it's just natural instinct to get there. You know it's going to be a close play. Again, over the head of Brett Anderson. Jimmy Rollins stepped deeper than the one he caught for Troy.
And now Mike Winters is taking the Dodgers off the field, and we will see something I've never seen before, and that is a rain delay at Dodger Stadium. And we'll see how the grounds crew handles that tarp. They haven't had a lot of practice with this. So a rain delay with 1 out, 2 on for the Rockies. Willie Rosario representing the tying run coming up in the 6th inning. It's 4-1 Los Angeles. The last rain out here at Dodger Stadium, April the 17th in 2000. My senior year of high school, Huey.
I don't think so.
Well, maybe not quite. So we have a rain delay in the 6th inning. 4-1 is the score. We'll take you to Rockies real time, a focus on Nolan Arenado. rain delay in the neighborhood of 1 hour and 20 minutes. It's 4-1 LA. The Rockies have 2 on, 1 out, and Willeen Rosario coming to the plate. Back upstairs with my partner Jeff Houston. I'm Drew Goodman. It's been a very difficult month of May, as we all know, for the Rockies. They've lost 11 straight, 9 of those 11 in the month of May, and the weather at home has been awful. And then you come to sunny Southern California, and it's raining like the dickens, which they need out here.
Yes.
It's supposed to rain, quite frankly, tomorrow as well. And now you resume. Juan Nicasio, the former Rocky. It's one Rocky after another. Brett Anderson started. He'll be back on the hill.
Yeah, and facing his battery mate when he comes out here to pitch, because Willeen Rosario is up to the plate. And for Nicasio, he's kind of found a home out in the bullpen for the Dodgers. But this is an opportunity now for Colorado. Okay, you kind of reset everything. You get Brett Anderson out of there. You got guys on base. A chance to continue this game. You're only in the top of the 6th inning. A lot of outs left. And sometimes when you have these rain delays, you'll have one team really come out of it really good, and the other one's going to, oh, well, we thought they were going to call it. Let's hope that these guys didn't lose their focus and say, now's a chance for us to finish this off.
Well, listen, I think everybody in this situation, you sit around a little, you get a little stiff, and the guys have been out for the last 10, 15 minutes while the grounds crew worked on the field. They were stretching, running, throwing again. So we'll see how it plays out. The Rockies with an opportunity to get back in it right now. Let's give you a game summary. The Dodgers got off to a great start against Chad Bettis. A 2-run double by Adrian Gonzalez in the first inning. RBIs 31 and 32 for Adrian Gonzalez. And then Willeen Rosario hit a home run to make it 2-1. The Dodgers would get another run, though, in the bottom of the second inning. And then Brett Anderson with this double. That's actually the double that drove in the second run, or excuse me, the third run. First hit of the year for Brett Anderson. And then the rains came. And this crew, which seldom has to do this, had to break out the tarp. It's kept way out in center field beyond the wall. And they never have to use this.
And it took them a couple times to get it down to make sure they had it right. Then when they were taking it off 3 or 4 times to draw the water, is it straight? Can I get it back onto the roll? But they finally got it.
They finally got it, and now Juan Nicasio will make his 12th appearance. In his last 8 appearances, he has given up 1 hit in 24 at-bats.
And that's not a misprint, right? He's 098. They're just 4 for 41 off of Juan with 16 strikeouts.
He has been tremendous. There's another defensive change to tell you about. Juan Uribe's come out of the ball game, and Justin Turner is in. That's a double switch because next half inning, the pitcher was due to lead off. So they want to get a little bit of length potentially with Nicasio. So Nicasio moves into the 8-hole, or the pitcher moves into the 8-hole, and Justin Turner will lead off next inning. So the Rockies have runners at first and third. Cargo originally walked to start the inning. He's at third. After Tulo bounced out, Nolan Arenado reached on an infield single. So stepping in is Willeen Rosario. He had figured out Brett Anderson. He had 2 of the 5 hits against Brett Anderson. The opposite field home run and a bullet back up the middle for a single. So now he's facing the hard-throwing Nicasio. And the first pitch from Juan misses outside, ball 1.
These are always the tough matchups when you're talking about a former pitcher and a former catcher. How do they think? What are they looking for? Because Juan knows that Willeen's an excellent fastball hitter.
This ball to deep short. Rollins bobbles it and will have no play. Cargo scores. It's 4-2. And we talked about guys, having to stretch again, having to get themselves going again, and literally about 5 hours after you typically warm up. Now, neither team took batting practice tonight on the field because the tarp was out. But you're talking about Jimmy Rollins, an older player, and now he's back out there and the ball finds him.
And it's not a routine ball. He has to go 4 or 5 strides to his right. And you don't have the chance to take any ground balls after they mix up the diamond dry and the dirt. That caught all right hand. And that didn't even get any leather for the 6th error of the season for Jimmy Rollins.
Now Corey Dickerson. So the Rockies with a grand opportunity to perhaps even up this game. The big hit has really eluded this club the last couple of weeks. The inability to bunch hits for the Rockies has been a problem as well. But Corey Dickerson has had a very good month and a half. 317 average, 5 home runs, and 16 driven in. Willeen will get an RBI, by the way. Can't assume a double play, and they wouldn't have turned that over anyhow.
Not as far as it was hit in the hole. Gives Willeen 5 RBIs on the season.
McCunley on deck. 2 strikes on Dickerson.
Looks like he shook to a fastball away.
And it was too far away, 1-2. Official rain delay, an hour and 25 minutes. They just announced the crowd, 650, of which there's about 650 left.
And I'm not sure there was 42,000 to begin with.
One-two, and that ball is a base hit the other way. And they're going to stop Arenado at third, and that was a wise decision. Van Slyke made a perfect throw to the plate, so the bases are loaded for Nick Hundley. How about that piece of hitting on what I thought was a pretty good breaking ball by Nicasio?
Remember a couple days in Anaheim, he did the same thing on a breaking pitch down and away. I mean, that one was even further. That was 4 or 5 inches off the ground.
Look at that.
You just can't teach that. I don't care how many times you went to a batting cage or set it up on a tee, said, hey, let's work on this swing. You wouldn't do it. But yet he comes in the game and just lays a base hit out to left field.
Nick Hundley, a veteran player who's had a very good offensive year, needs to think, get a ball up here.
Good swing.
Arenado at third, Rosario the tying run at second, Corey Dickerson at first. Outfield pretty much straight up for Hundley. John Peterson a couple of steps toward right center. Here's the 0-1. He misses, 1-1.
Good eye from Nick. Those are the tempting ones that you see it out of the hand, you think it's a ball, and it is, but it's still so close, and if you swing at it, you're in the ditch 0-2. Big on that swing.
Yeah, Nicasio reached back at 96.
Too big of a swing from Nick. See the off balance after he made the follow through.
One-two. Nicasio again firing one at 96.
That was a good adjustment from Nick. The last swing to that one, shortened it up.
Pedro Baez, another setup man with a big arm. Hurt his pectoral muscle yesterday. Had to walk off the field. He was placed on the disabled list today. Daniel Coloma, left-hander, was added.
Baez, he just threw a pitch and then motioned for the trainers and Don and Rick Honeycutt said, come on out. I can't go anymore.
Paco Rodriguez is throwing, the left-hander for the Dodgers. University of Florida star. One out, it remains 1-2 on Nick Hundley. Bases full of Rockies. Two outs.
You can see pitches 5 and 6 on the forward strike zone. The climbing the ladder. He didn't want to go inside, but it had run on it. It set up a wave and just tied Nick up.
Rockies have struck out 23 times in their last 15 innings. 14 times last night, actually 17 innings. 14 times last night. See if LeMahieu can come through with 2 outs. That was at 97.
Never any question about Juan's arm. Always had a big arm. It's all about commanding the strike zone.
If LeMahieu reaches, Drew Stubbs will pinch hit. Two-strike pitch. Strike 3. So the Rockies load him up and then they don't get it in play. Nick Hundley strikes out. DJ LeMahieu strikes out against the former Rocky Juan Nicasio. Colorado gets 1 back and it's 4-2. (4-2) LA leading. Some changes to tell you about. Drew Stubbs will come in a double switch. He'll go to center field. Charlie Blackmon moves to left. Corey Dickerson comes out of the ball game. And Ken Roberts is the new pitcher for the Rockies. The day after every Rockies victory, get 50% off your online order at Papa John's. Utilize the promo code. It's RocksWin at papajohns.com. So the Rockies get a run back. Justin Turner will lead things off for the Dodgers. They too obviously had a double switch. Ken Roberts will make his 5th big league appearance.
He pitched 2 days ago down in Anaheim, 1/3 of an inning. in and got C.J. Cron to fly out to center field. Been up now for about 10 or 12 days in the big leagues.
Turner got a start yesterday, went 0 for 4. He's 5 for 9 against the Rockies, however, this year with 3 doubles and a home run.
Well, and that home run was that pinch hit home run to right center field back in Colorado.
Break up the 5-5 tie. That's the game that Clayton Kershaw started, and the Rockies had the 5-2 lead. Roberts misses there, and it's 2-0. Chad Bettis went 5 innings. He's got the hook right now. He gave up 4 runs, all of them earned, 7 hits. He walked 4 and struck out 3 in his return to the big leagues. First 2 innings were a little rough. He settled in for a bit and then gave up another run with 2 outs in the 5th inning. He walked Adrian Gonzalez, and then consecutive singles by Van Slyke and Grandal got another run home. And a 4-pitch walk to Turner by Roberts. Well, the 9th spot in the lineup, Brett Anderson, who came in 0 for 8, doubled in a run and walked, and now Turner hitting in that spot draws a walk. So the Rockies have walked 5 in this game. Nobody out in the 6th inning, and Jock Peterson, who's 0 for 3, will take his turn.
And for the Dodgers, they're not adverse to taking the walk.
Well, the Dodgers walk on average more than any team in baseball, and the Rockies walk the fewest amount of times of any team in baseball.
And that helps with their on-base percentage. It's first in the major leagues at .351 as a team.
There's a strike on Peterson. The on-base percentage for the Dodgers, who are a great hitting team, coupled with the high walk percentage at .351, is 19 points better than anybody else in baseball, or actually better than the National League's second best. And that's the St. Louis Cardinals at .332. That's a huge
it is, but that's why
disparity between Team 1 and Team 2. Where's that? It's at the bottom of the strike zone. It should be strike 3.
Same place as pitch number 1 that was called a strike.
1 and 2 on Peterson. Peterson hits it in the air to center. Stubbs will grab it, 1 out. And that'll bring up Jimmy Rollins. Rollins a double, a walk, and a ground ball to short. Dodgers in the first 2 innings had 4 doubles. And I guess that's not a surprise to Dodger fans, because at home, almost 48% of their hits have gone for extra bases. That's extraordinary.
That's including 30 home runs here at Dodger Stadium.
Well, they were on a record pace. They have hit more home runs in their first 33 games than any Dodger team before them except 1. And this is the era where people don't hit home runs, right?
Not supposed to. They had 53 home runs as a team.
Mark McGwire knows a thing or two about hitting it over the wall. Runner going, and no chance for Nick Hundley. Huge jump for Justin Turner. He'll sneak attack you once in a while. It's his first of the year.
Now you have a young pitcher on the mound. Well, he's taking a gamble, go first movement. And whether Nick caught that and threw it, he was going to be safe anyway.
So many more managerial options when you're playing with the lead. The Dodgers have played with a lead frequently this year. And Rollins lines this ball to center field. Stubbs makes the catch, 2 outs.
That's the old adage, you're playing with house money. You can do different things. You're not sitting back saying, well, I need to wait for that 2 or 3 run home run.
Howie Kendrick approaching. Kendrick's 1 for 3, singled and scored in the first. The Dodgers have won 8 straight games against the Rockies. Their longest ever win streak against the Rockies was 9 games between 03 and 04.
Good pitch.
Don Mattingly followed the guy from New York out here, Joe Torre. Torre, a native New Yorker. Donnie's a Midwestern kid, an Indiana kid from Evansville. Sun and good weather treated Joe Torre well out here, and Don Mattingly has taken a liking to living close to the beach. 2-1 on Kendrick. 2-2.
Donnie had a chance to work and be alongside Joe Torre for a while, so he knows how he was and how he managed. But each manager has their own style. You have to be yourself managing. You can't try to be somebody else.
Curveball's fouled off. Well, you're going to get instantaneous respect if you're Don Mattingly, if you're Walt Weiss, based on what you did in the game and how you carry yourself.
That's so true. And how, I mean, these guys played for a long time at a high level.
Yep.
They've been in World Series. They've been in postseason.
Plus, they're both straight shooters. 2-2. Swung on and missed. Roberts strikes out Kendrick and leaves Justin Turner at second base. We'll go to the 7th inning. The Rockies trailing 4-2. Stubbs will lead it off.
to hit here in the seventh. TR, of course, the acting manager tonight for Walt Weiss, who had the appendectomy. And because of that, Walt Weiss has TR, the bench coach, doing his thing. I was talking to TR, and we look at his resume. You can see that his years with the Rockies, and then before that he was a manager in the majors with the Montreal Expos for a couple of years where he managed for 149 games. And I said, when was the last time you managed, just kind of talking to him about it? He said in 1995, when they had replacement players because of the strike, he was set to manage the Detroit Tigers, and he went to spring training with them. But he told me that was Sparky Anderson's team, and he would not use Sparky Anderson's office, would not sit in his chair as respect to Sparky Anderson. Now, he didn't have to manage in the bigs that year, but that goes back to 95. But Drew and Jeff, as you know, he has a ton of experience managing at all levels. He absolutely does. He's a great baseball man. And that 95 team, as Drew Stubbs takes high ball one from Juan Nicasio, Sparky Anderson famously refused to manage the replacement players. One of those replacement players became a very good big leaguer who you see regularly on the MLB Network, the very talented Kevin Millar.
Yeah, I was with Baltimore in '95, and of course Peter Angelos was there, and he said there's not going to be any spring training games with replacement players. We're just not going to do it. So didn't have to worry about crossing any lines, but that was a tough time. That was after the strike of '94 and then the cancellation of the World Series. It was a pretty bad time in the history of the game. But fortunately, since then, there haven't been any
it's been 20 years of labor
work
peace.
stoppage.
Yep, 20 years of labor peace.
But as you said earlier, Drew, I had Tommy Reynolds as a manager in 1989 for the Indianapolis Indians, AAA of the old American Association.
You had a talented team.
Yeah, we did. We won it that year. It was kind of nice. A lot of big leaguers on that team.
That's high.
Larry Walker, Marquise Grissom, Delino DeShields, Mike Blowers, Mark Gardner, Randy Johnson pitched briefly on that team before he was called up.
The team was loaded. 2-2 on Stubbs. Rockies trailing 4-2 in the seventh.
Juan was walking away like he thought it was a strike. I'm not sure why, because that's about 6 inches off the plate. Not even close to the strike zone. It's because he set up off there, so it wasn't a Greg Maddux pitch.
That's 3 straight strikeouts for Nicasio. He's just rearing back and firing.
Well, he doesn't have to worry about setting up hitters like he did as a starter, or saving or conserving any energy.
Charlie's 1 for 3, singled leading off the ball game, was stranded at third. Rockies got him to third with a little help from Brett Anderson, who had a wild pitch. He was there with 1 out, but the Rockies couldn't get him home. Adrian Gonzalez will feed Nicasio. 2 outs. That'll bring up Cargo. Ground out, strikeout, walk, and a run scored for Gonzalez.
Boone Logan up now for the Rockies in their bullpen.
That was a 1.5 missed, but it was in the strike zone. 1 ball, 1 strike. It's the first slider he's thrown in a while.
He hasn't needed it. He's been throwing 95 to 97 with the fastball.
And that's way inside. 3-1. Tulowitzki to follow if Cargo can reach. 3-1 with 2 outs. Top of inning number 7 in LA. Three-two. And another walk, and Nicasio didn't even want to look at Mike Belinsky. He thought he threw strike 3, and he was a smidgen off the plate.
That's
Don Mattingly telling him to relax, probably telling himself the same thing.
Settle
also.
down. Settle
it was
down.
a little bit outside.
It was. He tried to frame it, and you see how much he jerked the glove back. If he just sticks and holds it, he might get the call. Second walk for Cargo tonight. Fans, you'll want to follow the Rockies live baseball in 2015 with MLB.com at bat on your phone, smartphone, or tablet. Feature scores, highlights, stats, and much more.
And ball 1 on Troy. Tulo 0 for 3, 2 strikeouts, and a ground ball to short. He worked around that slider, and it's 2-0.
This is the one you would see at times. It has shows some flashes of brilliance, but then trouble commanding his fastball and his slider.
A strike to make it 2-1. Good swing by Tulowitzki. It's 2 balls, 2 strikes. Thinned out quite a bit,
Yes, it
actually, with
has.
the nearly hour-and-a-half rain delay, and it's chilly tonight. 2-2. And Tulo chased high out of the zone. So Nicasio with his 4th strikeout. Gonzalez left at first. We go to the bottom of the 7th, 4-2 Los Angeles. LA, you see Fernando looking on as he prepares to broadcast the bottom of the 7th inning. What do you do during the rain delay? Well, Spilly got a picture with Fernando, my mom's hero.
Rain-ageddon?
This ball hammered to deep center, and Stubbs is going to have to play it on a short hop off the wall. And Adrian Gonzalez has his second double of the night.
He is just a hitting machine.
That's what he is.
Number 33, Scott Van Slyke.
Curveball didn't get far enough away from Adrian Gonzalez, and he stayed on that baseball. Still see some moisture out on the warning track. 17th double this season for Adrian.
Inside on Scott Van Slyke. And Gonzalez first in slugging, second in batting average. Van Slyke 1 for 3 tonight.
Like another first at Dodger Stadium. You see a player's breath.
Yeah.
First all the rain.
He's got icicles in his beard. Van Slyke trying to stay behind the baseball and work it to the right side. It's 1-2 on the son of Andy Van Slyke, who is a tremendous player in his career. Arenado just does get Van Slyke. 1 out.
Nifty pitch from Ken to get Van Slyke out in front to roll over, not allow him to hit the ball to the right side to advance Gonzalez.
Yasmani Grandal grew up in South Florida, went to the University of Miami. He was born in Havana. And taken off for third is Adrian Gonzalez, and he's out. Hundley threw him out. So we saw Justin Turner steal a bag last inning, and Gonzalez takes off, and he's kind of sticking around as if he thought he was underneath the tag.
And Don has his hand up to the home plate umpire. Hang on for a second. We're waiting. We're waiting.
He wants to take a look at it.
This will give us a better look. Glove.
Looks like he got
I
it.
thought he got him. The 7th inning, I guess Don thinks it's worth another look. Now Don had a call yesterday that he didn't agree with on a trap ball in the outfield that he ended up being ejected for.
Time for a Subaru review. Whether you're on the road or at the game, everybody could use a second set of eyes.
Right there, before the foot gets on the bag.
Yeah, that looks like third base umpire Marty Foster got it right.
Yeah. Right there. Foot's not to the bag. He's out.
There's the out call. So there are 2 outs, and Grandal with a 1-0 count will resume his at bat. Yeah, I don't know if I've seen that before since replay was added, where after it was reviewed, a manager got tossed. I mean, Mattingly basically felt like they still got it wrong after looking at it. He said the ball was trapped.
Major League Baseball came out today and they told him that they got it wrong last night. So does he get his fine money back?
Yeah, but I'm sure it still makes him hot because they lost. He said that cost us a run in a one-run game.
They lost by 1.
See, I don't understand that. How, after looking at it, you say, "Hey, yeah, we did screw it up." They can take as much time as necessary to get it right.
And they have different angles, and they can look at it so many different ways.
I guarantee it didn't make Donnie feel any better because it's one thing if the game got away from his club, but that wasn't the case. One-run game doesn't do him a lot of good. That's a base hit up the middle for Grandal.
Now how big is that call that stood at third?
Huge. Talking about another run. Ethier will come up. And last night's review was 3 minutes and 14 seconds, which is about almost twice what the average review is.
And tonight, that last one took 1:32.
So they looked at it carefully, didn't get it right. Ethier a double, a line out, and a walk.
Alex Guerrero has come on deck, and that's the pitcher spot that was originally the Juan Uribes in the lineup. Chris Hatcher, the right-hander, is now up for the Dodgers.
2 strikes on Ethier. This is slicing toward left center field. Drew Stubbs outruns the baseball to end the inning. So there were a couple of hits, a man left. It remains 4-2 Dodgers as we go to the 8th inning. A cold and rainy Dodger Stadium. For the Rockies, who wants tacos? Fans, follow at @rootsports_RM on Twitter to receive alerts for the Rockies taco special when the Rockies score 7 or more in a game. Unfortunately, the Rockies have had a lot of issues scoring runs for whatever reason this year. Despite having such a talented lineup, they've scored 7 or more just twice. Chris Hatcher, another hard-throwing guy out of this Dodger bullpen. When they broke camp in Arizona, one of the question marks for this $200+ million roster was, how would a youngish bullpen pan out? Well, so far through about 20% of the season, they've been terrific.
Yeah, without
even in the absence of Kenley Jansen.
That's what I was going to say, and he's due back, but he had the hurt foot. Yimi Garcia's picked up a lot of that load. They lost Baez yesterday, but Chris Hatcher, a hard thrower that they acquired that 7-player trade from Miami, has pitched better at home than on the road, so his ERA is skewed. He's a 14 ERA out on the road, just a 2 and some change at home.
But he can pile up the strikeouts, 15 in 11 innings. Here's the 0-1, and
whoopsie daisy.
Caught a spike.
Not sure what was on his back foot. That clay and that diamond dry mixed together can cause those.
A towering fly ball to left field. Van Slyke has it, 1 out. Rosario's reached 3 times, 2 hits, and he reached on an error by Jimmy Rollins. He has plated both runs for the Rockies tonight. Padres and Nationals resumed finally, and they're in the bottom of the 7th. San Diego way out in front of Washington, 8-2. Derek Norris has driven in 5 in that game. There's a strike. Corey Spangenberg a home run.
Norris has been a good pickup for San Diego.
Ball on the ground to Rollins, long throw, and he gets a little help from Gonzalez. 2 outs.
Suites are still available for the May 22nd fireworks game. Prices start at just over $100 per person. Call to book today. Get a fireworks suite. Daniel Descalso. Pinch hit for Ken Roberts.
So Rick Honeycutt, a quick meeting with Chris Hatcher. Hatcher, North Carolina native, went to UNC Wilmington. Originally a 5th-round pick of the Marlins in 2006. And at the knees for a strike at 96.
Daniel 1 for 11 pinch hitting.
At Van Slyke, and it's a 1-2-3 inning for Hatcher in the 8th. Dodgers 4, Rockies 2. Dodgers lead at 4-2. Bottom of inning number 8 at Dodger Stadium. We had a rain delay in the 6th inning of an hour and 25 minutes. It's time for our CenturyLink link to what's next. And tomorrow's starting pitchers, Eddie Butler. Who would have thought Eddie Butler would have a lower ERA than Clayton Kershaw here in the middle of May? That's the case. Kershaw just 1 and 2 of the 426. But you're talking about one of the great pitchers of his era, Clayton Kershaw. So the Rockies will have their hands full tomorrow. Rafael Betancourt will pitch the 8th inning. And Alex Guerrero is going to pinch hit and lead things off for LA in the 8th. He'll be followed by Justin Turner and Jock Peterson.
For Rafi, he's itching to get back on that hill after Tuesday night's affair in Anaheim. Took the loss in that game, 2/3 of an inning, gave up the 3 runs on 3 hits. But as every reliever will tell you, you're going to have those games. You go out there 50, 60 times a year, you're just not going to have your stuff sometimes.
1 pitch and 1 out. For Rafi, it's all about location. And he was up in a little center cut the other night. And that's not Rafael Betancourt. 1 gone. Justin Turner will come up. Turner walked in the 6th inning. Came into the ball game in a double switch. Walked on 4 pitches against Ken Roberts. Roberts went 2 innings, did a nice job. No runs, couple hits, a walk, and a strikeout.
Well, the good thing, too, for Ken is after he allowed that walk and stolen base, he stranded the runner at second. Didn't give up any runs.
Yimi Garcia is throwing in the Dodger bullpen. He'll have the 9th inning. And the Rockies will have the bottom 3rd of their order. Garcia has only 1 save. Two and 1. They had been using for a while Joel Peralta, but Peralta's on the disabled list. Jansen's still on the disabled list. Today they put Baez on the disabled list, yet despite losing 3 members of their bullpen, that pen has been terrific.
They have 6 saves as a team. That just tells you they've been outscoring guys, and there's not too many save opportunities.
High fly ball to Carr going right near the line. He's going to have room. Well, they came into the ball game with a plus 62 run differential, which is the best in baseball, and that speaks to what you were saying. A lot of games they're out of hand, so they haven't needed to get the conventional close. Somebody's going to pitch the 9th inning, but may have not got credit for a quote-unquote save. Adrian Gonzalez has helped provide them with a lot of big leads. Jock Peterson's 0 for 4 tonight. Hunley, LeMahieu, Stubbs for the Rockies in the 9th, and then the top of the order. Pulled the string on Jock Peterson. Yep, okay, I got it. All right, that's fine. That's not what I was looking for. I was sitting on the fastball. Good, here we go.
Yeah,
you have a constant conversation with yourself.
Sometimes you don't like what yourself tells you, though. You say, oh, man.
And this is a high fly ball to Blackman and left. So Betancourt a 1-2-3 8th inning. We'll go to the 9th. The Rockies need to rally. They're down by a pair of runs, and they'll face Yimi Garcia here at Dodger Stadium. Lines. Book your low fare now at southwest.com. And by Mike Shaw Subaru, always our lowest price in sales and service guaranteed. At Dodger Stadium, the Dodgers are leading 4-2 over the Rockies. As we go to the 9th inning, Nick Hundley will face Yimi Garcia when we resume action. Let's check in with Jenny, get a preview of what's to come after a Rockies rally, Jenny.
There you go, Drew. I love that. We're going to talk a little Purple Rain coming up on the Toyota postgame show. It seems like the rain has been following the Rockies from Colorado now to Southern California. A little Willeen power. Willeen Rosario finally hits a home run to help the Rockies on this road trip. And we'll talk to the skipper, the acting skipper in Tom Reynolds. We'll get you inside the clubhouse. It's all coming up on the Toyota postgame show right after baseball, guys.
Jenny, thank you. Tonight's Game Changers brought to you by T-Mobile. Brett Anderson was again tough for the Rockies to handle. He struck out 8, his career high is 10. You don't normally talk about big strikeout totals for Brett Anderson. And he also did something he hasn't done all year. Throw out a hit. It was a double, his second career RBI for a guy who has spent a good portion of his career in the American League. Yimi Garcia on for the 16th time. His last outing was not a good one. He has great numbers, but his last outing gave up a 2-run home run but was bailed out. He blew a save on Monday against the Marlins. Christian Yelich went deep. He was bailed out when Scott Van Slyke hit a 3-run walk-off home run.
Really the only blemish on his record, 2-0 with a 24 punch-outs in just 15 innings. That's second in the National League among all relievers.
And this ball is well hit towards center, and it's going to drop in front of Jock Peterson. So Nick Hundley, a leadoff single after striking out 3 times, and the tying run will come up in DJ LeMahieu. So a good start to the 9th inning.
Well, being aggressive off the young pitcher. Sometimes managers will put the take on, take till you get a strike. But not here. If you see one you like, go ahead and hit it.
Well, you don't want to go deep with this guy. You said that. He strikes out so many. That's the first time a leadoff man has reached against Yimi Garcia this year. They were 0 for 15 with 10 strikeouts.
And that's why you're going up there and you're seeing first pitch swings.
DJ had a little drop and drive on that swing.
They hit the home run off of Zach Greinke here at Dodger Stadium earlier this year.
Well, the only guy with more strikeouts working out of a bullpen in the National League, not surprisingly, is the Reds' Aroldis Chapman.
But he only has him by 1. Well, Chapman would be in the mid-30s by now.
Whoa.
Heads up. There's Chapman with his 25. AJ Ramos right behind, and Pedro Baez will be on the shelf for a while.
One and 2 on DJ with Drew Stubbs on deck. That's not an easy pitch to foul off, is it?
No, it's not. And Baez has that unusual delivery. He stands pretty tall until he gets ready, or Yimi Garcia, until he gets ready to make the delivery home. So he's tall, and then he'll drop to the back leg, and it seems like he's pushing the ball out of his hand. So it gives a different appearance than what you expect as a hitter. So he's very tall, but then watch the collapse of the back leg before he goes home.
At 95, he strikes out LeMahieu, 1 out in the 9th.
He drops and drives and then elevates the fastball Back leg collapse, but the length to get out there, and then the arm on top. A lot of hip rotation and violent finish.
Stubbs struck out in his first at bat. In the ball game in the 7th, and he lines a base hit to left. Nick Hundley is going to stop at second. So now the Rockies have 2 on and 1 out for Charlie Blackmon. And you have a couple of left-handed bats coming up against Yimi Garcia here with power in Blackmon and Gonzalez.
Boy, Drew opens the hips to get to this inside fastball. Justin Turner was even with the grass, honoring the bunt. And it was hit so hard past him, didn't have time to react.
And Drew Stubbs, who was in that colossal slump in April, did not have a hit in April. He's showing signs lately of coming out of it. He had the big RBI single against the Angels, hit a couple home runs. That was a big hit. Rick Honeycutt wants to talk strategy with Blackmon, or scouting report. 2 on, 1 out. And this is a young pitcher, 24-year-old native of the Dominican Republic, who has not closed a lot of games.
No, but this also gives J.P. Howell an opportunity to finish stretching and getting loose, because he would be for Gonzalez.
Yeah, he'd really, now listen, JP's a veteran, he knows how to get ready quickly, but he'd have to be in a New York minute even to be ready for Cargo, because he's just now throwing his first tosses in the bullpen.
That's why you play the stall game. Seems like there's too much of a sense of urgency on his part. Right approach from Charlie, because both hits this inning off of Yimi have been on first pitch.
Charlie with 5 home runs. He's driven in 14. 1 for 4 tonight. Single back in the first. Hundley singled. He's at second with 1 out. Stubbs just singled. Rockies down 4-2 in the 9th. A pitch out over the plate. 0-2. Blackmon pinch hit in the 9th yesterday, didn't start against the left-hander Hector Santiago down in Anaheim. Struck out in the 9th against Houston Street.
This is the first time he's faced Garcia in his career.
Strike 3, according to Mike Malinsky, and they're 2 outs. Pitch looked in.
It's been a guessing game with Mike behind home plate tonight. Charlie tracked that the whole way. He barking, saying that ball was in.
So it'll come down to Cargo, the go-ahead run against Yimi Garcia. Cargo 0 for 2 and a pair of walks. He has scored a run. Garcia goes inside, but too far, and it's 1-0.
Go ahead and be the hero, Carlos. Went out.
Well, the Rockies need it. He needs it. Take one in the gap right now. Snap throw to second. Wow. And Hundley gets back.
It takes guts from Yasmani Grandal to throw down to second base.
It does, because if he throws it into center field, both runners move up, and now a base hit ties up the game.
And then where Jimmy Rollins came in front of Nick had to get out and around him to get back to the bag.
He also, because he popped up like that, may have stolen a strike from Yimi Garcia. It's 2-0 on Cargo. The pitch was down a little bit, but I'm glad he did block Malinsky. We're going to be sitting dead red here against the hard-throwing Garcia. Tied up his hands, came up and in. You think you do it yourself, but I always think back to Jason Giambi. If you didn't throw him a strike, he'd pass the baton. You got Troy Tulowitzki on deck.
This is where you have to key down as a hitter. You can't. You hear the crowd; they're chanting and cheering and clapping, but now you have to make sure that you slow it down. And I think Grandal was yelling at Nick Hundley about something, maybe stealing signs.
See, I've never understood that. That is part of the game of baseball, and it's your responsibility then to change your signs.
Right.
Yeah, you got a catcher out there at second base who's been out there for a while. What I mean by out there, he's been at second, so he's seen you go through.
You know what? Change him up.
Yeah. 2-1. Cargo drives it high and deep, right center field. Take a good look. You won't see it for long. The Rockies take a 5-4 lead. Just what the doctor ordered. You talk about no doubter. That was crushed.
And he knew it. My, oh my. He said, Carlos, do it yourself. Go ahead, be a hero. And he is. How sweet did that sound, and how good did it feel to him and his teammates? Look at Eric Young in the background with his arms up.
Well, that's a Cargo everybody in Colorado has come to love over the years. They haven't seen a lot of it this year. And that was a sweet swing from Carlos Gonzalez. And the Rockies have a 5-4 lead. And now John Axford can think about getting the final 3 outs. Tulowitzki gets a slider and waves at it. It's 0-2.
Now for Garcia, he's given up a home run in his last appearance against Miami, and tonight a 3-run bomb.
With that one swing, Cargo picked off 3 RBIs. He had only 6 coming in. High pop-up, shallow center field. Kendricks called off by Jock Peterson, who tumbles and makes the catch. But the Rockies, down by 2 entering the inning, get a 2-out, 3-run home run from the slumping Carlos Gonzalez. And now John Axford will try to get the final 3 outs in LA. Carlos Gonzalez has given the Rockies a 5-4 advantage in LA. What a beautiful swing against Yimi Garcia.
Let's watch this.
He went down and got it. This is knee high.
He did, but he had everything working. The timing of his swing was just perfect. It all came together. 6 weeks of frustration on one swing.
So it'll be Jimmy Rollins, Howie Kendrick, Adrian Gonzalez against John Axford.
Wouldn't you know it, the meat part of the lineup for LA happens all the time.
Always works that way, especially given the Rockies situation the last couple of weeks. To get out of this 11-game slide and the 8-game slide against the Dodgers, you didn't think it would be 3 no-names coming up in the ninth. And the first pitch, a little bit down. Ball 1 on Rollins. 1 for 3 and a walk tonight.
An 0 for 5 career versus John.
High fly ball, shallow right field. DJ and Cargo. Cargo will call off LeMahieu, 1 out.
Number 47, Howie Kendrick.
Howie Kendrick next. He's 1 for 4. Singleton scored back in the second. John Axford talking about his young son Jameson, his youngest of 2 boys. Jameson just went in for skin graft surgery, and we will keep the little man in our prayers, and have since what happened to him in March, the rattlesnake bite. Kendrick takes a slider for a strike. I'm amazed with all that John has been through emotionally, and somehow has kept his arm in shape, how sharp he's been in limited opportunity this year.
And it doesn't matter when, whether it was his first save of the season up in Milwaukee or after the time he took off to come back, throw strikes.
Look at that disappearing slider, 1 and 2.
You know your son went in for skin graft today. You're not able to be there, but you can separate the two when you come out to the field, come out to the mound, and that's just a nasty slider.
Set up away. Didn't bite on that slider. It's 2 and 2. Wants another one. And this ball up the middle. DJ diving stop from his knees. Out at first base. What a play by LeMahieu. There's that wonderful infield defense. LeMahieu takes a hit away from Kendrick. And now Adrian Gonzalez comes up with nobody on base and 2 gone.
Let's not forget about the rain that happened here earlier when they take the tarp off. Where do they drain it? Out into the outfield, right where he dove. So you don't know what kind of ball you're going to get when you go to throw it. Your hand's all wet from being on the grass. Yet it doesn't matter. On the money and a strong throw.
And a nice stretch at first by Willeen Rosario. Adrian Gonzalez takes ball 1.
And use the bag, too, if you're Willeen. After you see where the throw's going, use the bag to get some extra height. See how he gets on top of the bag, doesn't think about staying on the side.
Wow, how about that? You feel like you're at a youth game.
Minor league game.
The umpire turns, he's yelling at a fan. Mike Malinsky walked to the backstop. This is where you need stadium security to help out.
Where's he trying to point to?
He's telling stadium security now who he wants removed. But where's stadium security? How about breaking a guy's rhythm also? So Axford focuses in again. It's 1-0 on Adrian Gonzalez. 2 outs, nobody on. The Rockies up 5-4. Van Slyke on deck, and I hope that's where he remains. 3-0.
We know that Adrian has the green light.
John Axford knows that as well.
It's almost automatic.
So Nick Hundley goes to the outside corner, and that's ball 4. Gonzalez to first, and they'll pinch run for Adrian since he's in tying run.
Number 33, Scott Van Slyke.
Hernandez will be the pinch runner.
Kike Hernandez.
Your attention, please. Pinch running for the Dodgers. Number 14, Kike Hernandez.
John might have been semi-pitching around Adrian Gonzalez. Just said if it just felt better with this matchup with Scott.
Well, right on right. Van Slyke's had a huge year in part-time duty. Came in hitting .365. But Adrian Gonzalez is Adrian Gonzalez.
And your slider plays better to Van Slyke than it would to Gonzalez.
And now that's 6 straight out of the zone, and it's 2-0 on Van Slyke. Toughest 3 outs in baseball. That's pop foul out of play. 2-1. 5 runs, 9 hits, no errors for the Rockies, 4 runs, 9 hits, and an error for the Dodgers. Tony Garcia gave up the 3-run home run to Cargo. That's a strike, 2-2, 95.
Scott must have been looking for the slider. He just took that like it surprised him.
Dodgers scoring 4 runs or less this year are 3-11. 5 or more, 19-0. They want the heater away again. 2-2 on Van Slyke.
Whether it's going to be the fastball or the slider, it's going to be on the outside corner. They're not going to take a chance missing in. with the slider.
2-2. He's got him, and the Rockies have ended the losing streak. John Axford closes it out. Cargo, the hero, with the 3-run shot in the top of the 9th. And the Rockies put to bed one of their longest losing streaks in club history. The 11-gamer's gone, and the 8 straight losses against the Dodgers, a thing of the past. And they win it in dramatic fashion. 3-run home run in the top of the 9th, and then John Axford navigates the thick part of that Dodger lineup. And the Rockies prevail for the first time in more than 2 weeks. They can shake hands.